Welcome. It's Friday. We made it to Friday. Welcome. It's Friday. We made it to Friday. I'm so happy it's Friday. We did it. I am working as per usual, but I still want to spend a little time with my friends, my social media friends, not my social media enemies. I'm here to make social media friends. Free debate, but not free hate is our model. Free debate without the hate. Looking to find common ground with people on, I don't care, any side of your politics, religion, race. Just looking to find some common ground. Let's see if we can shake hands by the end of the day. Let's see. Let's see if we can shake hands. It doesn't have to be about hate and disagreement. We can disagree, but without hate. Come on, man. Say hello. Give me a little wave or so. Get a drink of water. Let's get a drink of water. Clear out my throat. Put on my positive hat. Today I'm going to wear the positive hat. We will be working on a elementary school, the same one as yesterday. So join the fun in the sun. Don't you run. Come get some. Come on, guys. Get on in here and be spirited. Be a spirit, not a ghost. Now let's see who can talk the most. I'm talking about, not let's see who can talk the most shit, right? Let's see who can find the most common ground. Let's find something we have in common with each other. Because we all do. We all do, besides nutrition and oxygen. We all have other things in common. We are taking a little ride with Falcor. He helps us so we can see a little more once we get out that door. I'll try to show you some video when I'm at good point of views, and that, you know, the point of views won't cause me any issues. It's got to be the right view, the actual view, the scenic view. Come on in, say hello. Say hello to my little friend, Falcor. Everybody's welcome. Pickles, cucumber, come on in. Might as well come on in. We may never be here again. Well, we won't be. Once we pass this time, we won't be here again. So let's not waste our time. Isn't this our time, Mr. Hand? Sure, it's our time. Absolutely our time. Two people in, 2 likes. It's a good start. Good start to a Friday morning. I don't have any tea, but I do have some Baja Blast. That should be a blast, huh? Some Baja Blast. Baja Blast for the Baja Mexico. I had one last night. They're not bad. They taste all right. Kind of tastes like a Sprite or something. Something between Mountain Dew and Sprite. Do the new. 3 likes. I like it. 3 likes. 3 ghosts. Now let's see who can talk the most. Come on in. Say hello. Come on in. Killer cats. Meow. Come on in. Take a seat. Grab a drink. Grab yourself a snack. Bag potato chips, popcorn, whatever you like. Candy bar. Sandwich. Some cereal. Grab yourself a bowl of cereal. A fruit or a vegetable, if that's your thing. We are on the job site, but we have to wait for them to put the plate over the trench so we can get in. I'll go ahead and show you what we're doing a little bit. You guys see? Good morning, Edward Cam. How are you doing this morning? I'm still working on your art. I got it mostly done, Edward, but we'll get that going here pretty soon. You're gonna like it. But welcome. Welcome. We're not breaking any laws. We're not interacting with the chat while we're driving. We will interact with the chat when we're sitting. I'll go dark mode while I'm driving. I'll still talk. You're allowed to talk. There's no law that says I'm not allowed to talk in the vehicle while I'm driving. I just can't be thumbing through the chat talking. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm on the ends like this, like right now I'm at the school, we're going to load some of this dirt. We're cleaning the dirt up. We're getting all the rock out of it. But once we get loaded and I pull off site here, then I will go into dark mode. No, but there's people that think that streaming period is against the law. Well, it's not. You're not allowed to thumb through your chat and stuff while you're driving because, you know, you've taken your hand off the wheel, you're distracted, and all that good stuff. And I get it. And I'm making a better conscious effort to make sure I don't do that. A couple times I forgot to go into dark mode while I'm still talking, but I'm not actually interacting with the chat. But I was advised that it's not against the law for me to leave a video up for you guys. And I got to figure out how to do it so it's dark screen on my side while it's scenery on your side, right? Once I get that figured out, I can actually leave it up. But I was advised, just go dark mode when you're driving. You can keep talking and entertaining or whatever you want to do, right? But just don't thumb through.
there's no law against talking to yourself in the vehicle or anyone else, right? If you have a passenger or whatever, you're allowed to talk, and that's what I will do. What's this guy doing? He stopped in front of me. I don't know why. Don't know why. Let's find out why. What's up?
Why does your truck blow up so much dust?
I have no idea. A big fan, I guess.
None of the other trucks do that.
I noticed that.
You put it in like second or third gear. Maybe
It helps them when I'm in a higher gear.
I just don't want you to dust this out. They're complaining about dust already.
Oh,
This makes crazy dust cloud every time it goes through.
I know. I don't know why this truck does it. It just blows a lot more air than some of these
Is it
other
missing
ones.
a cover or something?
I don't think so. It doesn't look like it when you look underneath it.
Or how are they driving it differently not to make dust?
No, I think their trucks are just streamlined better or something. I don't know. Maybe we should look underneath it and see if some shrouding's missing.
I was wondering if it's like missing a shroud
Maybe.
because it blows way too much.
It
Way
does.
more dust.
It's like it cleans the road, huh?
But you have like 20 office people right now. Like actually,
You want me not to move?
I mean, unless you can do it without making dust.
You get the ground wet.
Put it in neutral and I'll push you.
Yeah, you can do that. Still, the fan's blowing. If I still do it,
Now, at this rate, it wouldn't.
I got it in a pretty high gear when I'm coming through here, trying to keep it down. Yeah, if I put it like in first, it'll really blow some dust.
Maybe you could do it without revving.
I'm not revving.
Would it carry itself? You rev.
Idle?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try.
Try it. Just idle.
Let's try. Let's give it a try. They want less dust. We got all these environmentalists. Environmentalists are against dust. They've outlawed dust now. And it's hard. This truck blows up a lot of dust for some reason. I don't know. All we are is dust in the wind. Look at all that dust. And I'm just idling. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust. He gave me a thumbs up, but it's still blowing a lot of dust. Can't win. Always something, huh? It's just dirt dust. I don't think there's any asbestos. I mean, asbestos comes off your brakes. But who knows? Let's see who's in here. Stormbringer's in here. Welcome, welcome. CJ's in here. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Let's see, Edward Cam's in here. Let's see who else. That's it. We have 7. Whoops. We have 7 spirits. And I would say we have about 4. No, we have 7. Hang on. Let me get this right. Hang on. We have 4 ghosts and 3 spirits. How about that? That's what we have. And 5 lights. That's a pretty good amount of lights. I have to go move this loader out of the way. Probably deloading myself like I did yesterday. That was yesterday. So we got to do here. my sunglasses. You're not allowed to be on this job site without eye protection. Alright, I'm back. I gotta get the truck into position and load. Work right like that. Yeah, no kidding, huh? We're not gonna break any rules. We'll go into dark mode when we're driving, and you know me, I'll probably babble while I'm driving, but that's not against the law. Look it up. I'm allowed to babble. Cameras are allowed to be going while you're driving. I just can't thumb through and read through the chat. You can't interact like that. But anyhow, I've already been told what I can and can't do. So that's how we're going to do it. And advise that when I'm allowed to leave the camera on, but just to save myself the headache of people like that, I'm going to go into dark mode. It's just better for me, at least for now. Put the time in right here on my ticket book. What time is it actually? Okay, let's load. Let's get loaded. We are back. I got to pull up to the excavator and flatten out the load a little bit. We are in idle mode, so we don't make as much dust. What time is it? 9:33. Oh, 9:35. Okay. You know what they say. Off like a herd of turtles. Let's put the tarp down though. Then we'll be off like a herd of turtles. It is 76 Fahrenheit right now. It's pretty warm. It's going to be hot today, I guess. It's looking that way at least. I don't think handling so we don't blow up as much dust. Safety is a condition of employment. Work safely for yourself, your coworkers, and your family. No trespassing, no parking. Check in at the office. Observe and follow all company and OSHA safety signs and regulations. We'll read the rest when we come back. Let's do this. We're in the dark mode. We are into avoid the rats mode. Must avoid the rats. Stealth mode, rat mode. And we're in the stealth rat mode. Why, you dirty rat. You dirty rat. Nobody likes a rat. That's just a fact. Nobody likes a rat. Not even the police. The police don't even like rats. Yeah, dirty rat. Nobody likes a snitch, a narc, a rat. Nobody does. You know, if you're actually doing something really good and preventing a murder or something, if you're just a rat because you like to rat, because you're jealous, right? You don't think it's fair. Why does he? Or why does she? Why does she have this? Or why does he have that? Just a dirty rat. The police will take advantage of a rat, but they don't like them. They don't like them. Nobody likes a rat. Especially when everybody was having such a good time, right? We were all having such a good time. We still can, though. We just do things a little differently. One that lives in glass houses shall not throw rocks. That's something that a rat should always think about, because usually they're not very honest people. The rats, they're just troublemakers. But they usually do live in a glass house, right? And I know the rat. I know everything about the rat. His full name, his address. I know everything about the rat. I'm going to set up a giant rat trap. That's what I'm going to do. With the biggest piece of cheese you've ever seen. The most tasty, inviting piece of cheese around. That's what I'm going to do. That's all you can do, right? I'm not going to narc on the rat, but I'll trap the rat. We'll poke at him a little bit, right? Poke at that little rat. Nobody likes a rat. Nobody likes a snitch. You know the saying, snitches get stitches, right? There's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that. If you're just trying to cause trouble, make problems for no reason, other than you're just a rat, you're a rat with a big long tail, the big slimy tail. Nobody likes a rat. Especially an icky rat, right?
dirty rat with big old rat teeth and beady rat eyes. I need to learn how to make rat noises, huh? I'm gonna have to work on that one. You know the best antidote to a rat, right? It's a cat. A cat will kill a rat. Keep us all from being diseased by a disease-ridden rat. Yuck. Yuck. Yucky old rat. Ew. Nobody likes a rat. A snitch, a narc, a confidential source, an undercover source, a paid informant. Nobody likes those people, right? Nobody likes those people. Paid because they get paid to lie. That's the worst kind. Because they gotta have something, or they don't get paid anymore. So sometimes they gotta make up stuff. Smelly old rats with their big old rat teeth and their rat ears and their rat tail and their beady red rat eyes. All right, moving on. I'm just visualizing this rat, this icky old rat, the icky old yucky rat with his big tail, trying to sit down on his big tail. Hopefully the mic's working and I'm not just babbling on to myself. But if it is, I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to talk to myself in my truck while I'm driving. I'm literally allowed to think and talk. It's not against the law. Super Salty, we heard you were talking and thinking, and we're going to have to cite you for thinking and talking and babbling. And talking about rats. Don't bats look like flying rats, kind of? They look very similar, except for with wings. Very similar looking. But you can probably trust a bat more than a rat. I think the mafia came up with the term rat. The mafia, I believe, the Italians, I think, came up with that. CJ will have to look it up. CJ is good for looking up little tidbits like that. Tidbits of information. Who coined the phrase, "You dirty rat"? You dirty rat. Who coined that phrase? Who coined the phrase, "Nobody trusts a rat"? Nobody does, right? Because they lie a lot. The rats might be getting a bad rap. Yeah, possibly. Who coined the phrase "you silly goose"? That's a dumb one. You silly goose. What's so silly about a goose, a Canadian goose? Oh, by the way, they're not Canadian. They're not Canadian geese anymore, or Canada goose, or Canada geese. They are the goose of America.
Me and CJ and Elm traded. What did we trade for? We made a trade. I can't remember. Avocados for the geese or something? I can't remember what we traded. I think we traded avocados. So they are now the geese of America. We take ownership during the whole winter and most of the year, but for the summer they go up to Canada to eat fish and whatever else they eat up there and breed. I think they I believe they mate and everything while they're in Canada. That's probably why they're more aggressive in Canada. Here they're really docile and nice down in the United States, but they're like kind of angry and horny when they're up there in Canada, from what I hear. The goose of America is very mean during mating season up there in Canada. The goose of America. Or we can call it the America goose. The America goose. I mean, it's all America if you think about it, right? We're all in North America. So it's not a bad name, the goose of America. The goose of US of A. We have taken possession of the geese, but we allow them to travel up to Canada to visit. They're just visiting in Canada. They live here. They're just visiting. We have some of them here that stay year round. They never leave. I have videos of those ones actually. They just never leave. They come here and they stay all year round. Lots of them. I have a video of, I think it's Lindo Lake, and the goose of America, and we're feeding them French fries. We actually got in trouble for feeding them French fries. The park ranger told us we had to buy the food that they sell and feed them that. It's better for them, I guess. He said the French fries aren't really that good for the goose of America. So we were asked to buy it's like a mash, like a chicken feed or something that they prefer us to use. But yeah, I want to thank Elm and CJ for making that trade. I probably still owe them some avocados. Hello. We can stream now if you want to see what's going on. We are on private property now. You're looking at Miramar. You're looking at the airfield where Top Gun trains off to the right. Sometimes you'll see all the planes flying by, the jets, not airplanes, but jets. Airplanes, not propellers, jets are propelled by jet power. So they're not airplanes. There are probably some airplanes here, though. Everything's either turbine powered or jet powered, though, mostly. Yeah, thank you. Except for the Osprey. The Osprey's not. It has propellers. I don't even know what you call that thing. Okay. Let's get a move on, folks. Get your dumped back on the road. So this is all private property. They have signs and stuff for. They're supposed to obey them to a point, but if you watch, you'll see all the workers and everybody just drive through all the stop signs and stuff because they close a lot of the roads, and then you don't need a stop sign. You'll see the barriers. Let me roll up the window so you guys can hear me.
That'd be a little bit.
Let's see what's going on here.
Jasper, you're always welcome here. We welcome everybody. You don't have to agree with us. We just ask that people be kind to each other, really. That's all we're asking. Respectful, right? Try to name calling and gossip. A lot of stuff is just gossip. We live? We back? We back on track? We having bad reception out here today? Hello? We back? Are we back? We're on the dump site right now. We're at the dump. Are we back? Hear that sound? Hopefully we do. I'm gonna have to go dark mode here in a minute. We're gonna be pulling off the dump property, and when I go out onto the public roads, I must go into dark mode because we have a rat amongst us. There's a fungus among us, and it just happens to be a rat. We're going into dark mode, everybody. But we'll go back live. I mean, we're gonna stay live, but not to where I can see anything. So, but we'll go live again when we get to the other end. That's about 10 minutes away from here. Ciao. Here, little kitty cats. Come on in. We have some kidder food for you. Kidder cat food. Ooh, ah, ooh. The rat thinks he has hands, by the way. He doesn't have hands. Says he had to turn me in, and it's out of his hands now. You don't have hands. You got slimy little paws. That's what you have. Little dirty paws for picking up trash and eating it. Anyhow, we move forward. Nobody's going to detour me. We're going to do things the right way. Not even a rat can chase me off. Nobody likes a rat, right? Nobody likes a snitch. Nobody. Nobody likes the confidential source. Nobody likes them. Or the paid informant. Not even the police like them. They deal with them because it helps them get where they need to get, but they don't even like them. They don't trust them. Nobody trusts them. You dirty rat. Because of the dirty rat, I must make friends with a cat. Uh, so it's beautiful weather here today. It's 70. My gauge keeps going up and down. I don't know what it actually is here, but now my gauge says 70 Fahrenheit. It's going up and down. I think it gets hot when I sit still. Somehow it affects the thermometer, the thermostat, or whatever. It is. It feels good. The weather feels really good today. Not real windy, but just a slight breeze, and it's not hot. It's not too cloudy. I can see somewhat of a haze of overcast, but not too bad. Oh, and by the way, I'm allowed to talk. They told me I'm allowed to talk. That they can't silence me in my vehicle. I'm allowed to talk. I'm allowed to think. They can't keep me from thinking yet. I mean, they're working on that, right? Someday we won't be able to think unless we think exactly how we're told. But until then, I'm going to think the way I want to think. Until that day. And then I'll fight it, right? I'll fight against that when they tell us how we have to think. That's what the universities have done to us. They don't teach you how to think, they teach you what to think. It's like, you need to be a critical thinker, not just a dummy that just goes along with whatever they're told. You know, do your research. Do your research. If you got a gut feeling, sometimes go with that even. You don't have to believe everything you're told. You don't have to. If it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true, right? If it's not making sense. If you can't get it to square, the math just isn't there, the math isn't mathing, it's probably not true. You're probably listening to some spin. Don't buy into the spin, the agenda, the spin, the colorful words. Often people will use a lot of colorful words to make things seem more real and convincing, when really they're just trying to confuse you more through manipulation and word salad, right? Word salad. Just make something that's not real sound real. You gotta use your mind, you gotta use your heart, you gotta use your soul, and you gotta use your experience, you know, what you're experiencing, what you're seeing, what you're feeling. You gotta use it all to come to a conclusion that will work for you, and not just for the person that's trying to fool you. It's like magic, right? It's like a magic trick. A lot of times, it's a magic trick. You know it's a magic trick when they are trying to convince you that men can have babies, but what they're really trying to tell you is that a woman that identifies as a man can have a baby. And you're allowed to identify as anything, right? In your own mind, but you're not going to convince me. And you can't tell me I have to believe it. It's like, no, I know the difference between a man and a woman, right? I'm not trying to put down said person that wants to identify as a man that's a woman. But there's nothing wrong with being a woman or a man that I can see. Why would you want to identify differently? I mean, XY chromosomes, right? It's so easy and simple and obvious. And my attraction obviously is to women. I wasn't taught it. For many years, you know, I cared more about my toys than a woman or a relationship, you know. But when it hits you, right? When the chemistry hits you, it hits you. We don't need to teach it. You'll know it. You'll just know it. If you were taught it, you're probably fooling yourself. You know, if you're not really sure, you're definitely fooling yourself. You'll know. You'll be sure. I'm telling you, you'll be sure. If it feels right, it probably is right. And we all know that two men together can't make a baby, and two women together can't make a baby. So, you know, we know the biological reasoning and how everything actually works, right? You can't argue the biology. You know, you can try, you can come up with your own theories. There's nothing wrong with having a theory, but they're proven and disproven all the time. And I believe by manipulating words into a man can have a baby by saying, well, a woman can identify as so. That's kind of deceiving and deceitful, in my opinion. Like if you're dating somebody and turns out they're not what you thought they were, you were deceived, right? You were deceived. The package doesn't feel quite right. You were deceived. And deceiving people is an evilness to deceive people. Let's just be straightforward and honest. If you're a woman, you're a woman. If you're a man, you're a man. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We're equals. We both have, some of us have, you know, some benefits over the other, but ultimately it all balances out. It all balances out. But I think that's where even the conservatives get confused often, I think, when they're saying, men can have babies, and the conservatives are like, that's impossible. Well, they're not looking at the whole thing of how people want to identify themselves. And if you put that into play, well, they're just it's just a woman identifying as man. Well, then, yeah, of course, then suddenly a woman identifying as a man obviously could have a baby. It's a word salad. It's deception. That's all. It's word salad, deception. They're allowed to feel that way, but they can't make us all neglect the fact that there is biological proof that there are major differences that can't be changed. You cannot change them to be what you want to be as far as a man and a woman, you know. You can mutilate yourself, I guess, if that's what you want to do. But I don't know why you would want to do that. I love women. Women love men. There's men that love men. There's women that love women. I mean, I love my mom, right? She's a woman. I love my dad, right? He's a man. But not the same kind of love you need to make a baby, right? It's different. So let's not manipulate and deceive each other. Be what you want to be. Identify however you want to identify. But don't tell everybody that we have to identify you the same way, that we have to deceive our own mind and our own eyes and see you as how you see yourself. See yourself the way you want to see yourself, but others are going to see you the way they see you, and you can't control others. So it's a two-way road. Don't try to control each other. Be who you want to be, but don't try to tell us that we have to say you are what you aren't, right? What you think you are. I hope that makes some sense, especially for my conservative brothers. You're not wrong to think the way you're thinking, but if you want to get into identity type stuff, right? It's kind of identity and fantasy are kind of interchangeable, to be real honest. But if somebody wants to pretend they're a cat and meow the way I meow, go ahead, meow away. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you actually believe you're a cat, or you believe you are a worm, or you believe you are a horse and you're a human, you can identify that way, but you can't make us identify you that way. If you're not a horse, we're not going to think you're a horse, okay? So don't get mad that we don't see what you see, right? Your mind is playing tricks on you, and our eyes are not playing tricks on us. We clearly see that a human is not a horse. That's all. You know, it's pretty easy to explain if you think about it enough. We don't need to hate just because somebody thinks they're a horse. We don't need to hate them. We should feel sorry for them, if anything, because they don't even know what they are. Right? And then you try to tell them what they are, and they get angry. Like, no, you're a human. No, I'm not a horse. I'm absolutely a horse. I'm a Clydesdale. I'm a giant, big horse. Oh, okay. Well, then How about we throw about 5 people on your back and see if you can carry them since you're a Clydesdale? That'll be proof enough, right? Should be. Should be proof enough. But it won't be. It won't be enough for them. It won't be enough because we have to believe what they believe. We shouldn't do that to ourselves. And I don't need to explain myself. I'm just doing it out of the kindness of my heart. I don't need to. I'm kind of done explaining myself, especially when it comes to the obvious. If it adds to the conversation, we can do that. But if we're just trying to prove something, I'm done with that. I don't need to prove anything, and I don't need to. You can be the dumb one, right? You can be the dumb one. I'm not going to be the dumb one. Okay, we're back on the job. Now I can read chat, see what's going on. We're doing everything the correct way, you dirty, you rotten rat, you snitch, you confidential source, paid informant. We're doing everything right. So don't be hating on us. Don't be hating on us. Don't be causing problems, right, where there is none. Don't be trying to get a raid done on people just because you don't like them, right? Don't do that. It's not right. Find something better to do with your time. Go read a book or something. Watch some TV. Listen to some music. Pour yourself a glass of wine. Have a beer. Have a hobby. Go fishing. Do something. Picking on people and being mean and trying to cause trouble, that's not a hobby, okay? It's not a hobby. Do something good with your life. Why waste it? Why do you want to waste your life just trying to cause trouble? Why would anybody want to do that? I don't know. I will never understand that. Should I stay or should I go now? That's what's on my mind. Should I stay or should I go now? Indecision's bugging me. When people start causing too much trouble for you, and it wasn't really too big of a deal, they just went over some things for me to think about. Didn't lead to any citations or anything. And citations actually not very big, even if you do get caught. It's like $100 or something. It's really not that bad, but they, some words of advice, and I'm taking them and I'm using them and I'm implementing them into how we're going to do this. We can stream right here on the job. I can read the chat right here on the job. Nobody can stop me. Stop me. Oh, baby, stop me. I'm strong. I'm confident. But I don't need trouble in my life. Sometimes trouble has a way of finding you. If you find a disturbed person that's angry that you're not disturbed, they just want to destroy you because they don't understand you. Okay, let's load. Let's load right now.
What's up, Ron?
How you doing?
How's it going? I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
We're still waiting on to get all this shit figured out for the sorting.
Yeah, actually it's going really good and they're not even complaining anymore.
Okay, cool.
So all we're doing is we're just sweeping back and forth and kind of pull the big ones out is all. And
Okay.
It says 6-inch minus, but I think if they're like even 8-inch, they don't say anything.
Yeah.
But when they see something like this roll by,
Yeah, they see a beach ball come in the fucking pile for sure.
but like today, they're not even watching at all. And like yesterday, they were watching everything dump out of my truck. So it slowed everything way down,
Okay.
trying to clean out the rocks.
That's good. And then so I guess our fill is not approved right now.
Uh-huh.
This dirt was supposed to be tested, but they never fucking tested. So we still might use this. That's the only reason I'm not getting the screen yet, because it's going to be a different screen if we're allowed to use this. So I should know by next Wednesday if we can use this dirt.
There's a lot of clay in it, so they're probably going to reject it.
We'll see.
And if you go down to 2-inch, it won't go through the screen.
So Paul was telling me 4-inch, 6-inch. It was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
So I have prices for 6 and 2 right now. 6 is what we're doing. We're just going to have to sort it for the yard. And then if we can use it, we'll see a 4, maybe try it for a little bit and see. But
6 would go through it. 4 would probably go through it.
okay.
2's not going to go through it.
Okay. That's good to know. But before we order it, we'll definitely get your guys' opinion.
Yeah.
You've been working with it.
Yeah. But yeah, as of now, if Colton just keeps sweeping it and somebody throws the big ones out, I've been throwing them out myself.
That's what they said. You've been picking them by hand.
Yeah. And it's not hard. It's just, it'd be nicer if they could do that while I'm not here
100%.
so that I'm not sitting. That way.
So you're just loading. That's
Yeah.
That's
And,
what we
and
want.
Colton can't do it himself because while he's sweeping, a rock will pop up and you can't just keep popping, which is why I went ahead and started doing it myself.
So I'll talk to Paul and see what he can do about getting another guy over here. That's
Yeah.
when we start
Yeah.
processing that while Colton's digging. Or if we have a little bit of downtime and then Colton can process, we'll definitely get it figured out. So it makes it more smooth.
And if I'm here, I don't mind doing it. So whatever keeps everything moving,
Well,
right?
dude, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys helping us out on this one for sure. We
Oh.
were scrambling to find somebody to dig over here, and you guys saved the day 100%.
I've been working for you guys for a long time.
That's what it seems like. And I told Ronnie that we all got to get and do lunch one day. Is there's some barbecue place up near you guys you like?
Yeah.
One day when we're not so busy, we'll grab lunch, go hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, I started working with these guys when they were Plumbing Unlimited.
So that's before Paul even started, right?
Way before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Way
That's
before. Probably, I bet 30 years ago or so,
That's awesome.
at least.
It's great to have relationships like that.
Yeah. Mike's always taking care of us.
So he's a stand-up dude for sure.
And
And
then-
really, I came from a bigger shop. This definitely feels like home. I
That's
don't see
it.
myself going anywhere for a long fucking time.
No, they're good guys.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Barry.
Okay.
He's not involved anymore, but
No, he comes in and fucks our day up all the time.
exactly.
He comes in, smoke break, like what the fuck, dude?
That's why they pushed him out, kind of.
Yeah.
He has a good heart, but he does kind of screw things
So
up.
he's a trip though. We're all going. We got invited to the Padres Dodgers from one of our vendors tonight. So it'll be me, Barry, Zach, Paul, and Dylan.
Barry used to give me Padre tickets.
He's coming tonight, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I've never got to hang out with Barry yet, so that'll be fun.
He's different, but he's a nice guy.
Yeah, no,
But he is different. He's got really strange sense. You got to get to know him because his sense of humor is so strange.
yeah, very dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
Very dry.
But yeah, he used to give me and my wife Padre tickets all the time when I first started working with him.
Are you a big Padres fan?
I was, I am, and I'm not.
Next time we get tickets, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I go. I'm kind of a fair weather fan. I can't help it. I used to be a big Chargers fan, but
Not anymore.
they screwed us over. So it's like,
They fucking, like, you guys make more money than anybody. You can't pay your own fucking stadium bill?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
no camaraderie, right? They don't care. It's all about money. And there was plenty of money here in fans.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't
They
get it
made their money back easily.
easily. Yeah, easily. But yeah.
Let me get over there with Zen. As I said, it was nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely have to hook up for lunch soon one day.
Yeah.
Once all this dirt's gone.
Yeah.
All right, Ron, thank you.
You bet. Okay. Back to work. Yeah, I've known these guys since I was like 16. I've known these guys a long time. Okay, I gotta load. Let's get some dirt in the truck. Let's make sure. That was me in that big. I came over here so you could see it. Bam! Adam was in here. I missed him. Adam! He's a rocker. He's a rock and roller. He's a guitar hero. Adam's awesome dude. Rock with the best of them. That guy knows his stuff when it comes to guitars and music. He knows his stuff. I mean, there's no joking around how well he knows his stuff. Okay, let's knock this down with this excavator real quick. Make this more better. A little better. What's going on in here? Anything? Everybody's so quiet, huh? Better drama going on somewhere else, probably, right? Rock and roll and noise pollution. Noise pollution. la, la. Okay. Get the hard hat off. Get the tarp opened. You guys here? Anybody here? Jen's here. Hey, Jen, how you doing? I didn't notice you come in, but Jen is in. Jen is in with the crowd. Jen is in. It's good to be in, right? To be in with the crowd. Sometimes, unless it's a mean crowd. It's less dusty now. They're doing some sweeping and cleaning around here, and it's a little less dusty now. People in, 7 lights. We should throw 3 more lights up for sure. We have enough people there. We're gonna go dark here in a minute, guys, but I will still be rambling on. Onward and upward, I will be rambling on. It's what I do. You don't have to see. Okay, going dark. Ooh, we're going dark. We're going dark. So the dirty rat doesn't get us. Gotta go dark. You know, rats like the darkness too, but unfortunately, it's our only defense right now. It's the darkness. It's our only defense. It's the dirty rat. It is our defense. AC/DC is a good group, huh? I like them. And I like Bittersweet Symphony. I think that's a good song, too. Bittersweet Symphony. When I get to the other end, I'll flip the video back on. And the rats will scurry off into their corners. Unfortunately, that's when they're going to take more focus, right? They're going to take more attention when they can see. Like, oh, let's hope he makes a mistake. Because we got nothing better to do. But it's on private property, so I don't care. I'm not planning on making a mistake, but on private property, they have no jurisdiction over the super salté. None over the super salté. Because I am genuine. I share who I am. I don't make up who I am. I am what I am. I am what I am. There's nothing wrong with being who you are. I'm not perfect. Not even close. But I do like to see who can talk the most. So let's see. Let's get the chat going. Let's get it roaring going. We can do it. Do I have to say something controversial to get this thing going? Is that what it's going to take? Some shock factor kind of stuff? Push button topics? That's not a beer, by the way. That is a
Canada, oh, check this out. Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Yeah, that's kind of an oxymoron, huh? Canada Dry. Nothing dry about Canada, right? Nothing at all. What did I pull the sandwich out? I must not have. I probably thought I pulled one out, but I hadn't. Oh, I'm allowed to eat too. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't touch your phone, but you can eat. It's like, what the hell? Rules don't make like a lot of rules aren't very common sense. I mean, you see those people that shouldn't be on their phone driving. You think they're drunk, but they're just on their phone. I'm always pointed out. Oh, there's a drunk driver. I go, nope, they're on their phone. And then we pull up, and sure enough, phone up to the ear. They're not even looking at the road. It's like they're just driving and talking. I have roast beef sandwiches today. Ooh, with a really spicy mustard. Really spicy. They're good though. It must be a. Does anybody have any Grey Poupon? It must be one of. I'm thinking it's Grey Poupon. I'll wash it down with my Canada Dry ginger ale. I wonder if that's made in Canada. I'd have to trade for that too. I'll have to trade more avocados for the Canada Dry Ginger Ale so we can call it San Diego Dry Ginger Ale. It's drier here in San Diego than it is in Canada. Canada Goose now belongs to the United States. They are the Goose of America. Elm and CJ traded. They have taken possession of many thousands of them now. But they're still going to visit Canada. So don't worry, don't get scared. Don't get upset. They're still going to visit Canada every summer. Most of them will. Some of them are just going to stay back now. The Goose of America. They'll probably be flying around the Gulf of America. We have a lot of them that stay here year round. They don't ever leave. And if you look at my videos, I believe I think I downloaded it. We go feed them. Honestly, I think they're just too fat to get off the ground. They ate too much. The obese ones stay year round. The obese geese. Well, that's a good sandwich. You know what? I think I will try some avocados for this candidate dry figure out. Okay, mic's back on my head. Oh, I might take the mic back off though. I want to eat some potato chips. And the potato chips are going to make a lot of noise. You guys don't like that, so I might have to set the mic back on the dash. I'm going to wait a minute until I get onto the dump property. Dream, they dare to dream. I'm reading the billboards as I go down the freeway. Oh, believe it or not, I'm allowed to do that too. I can read the road signs and I can read the billboards. Just don't read the phone, right? Just don't read the phone. Well, not only can I read the signs, you're required to read them. The speed limits and everything. So I do. I read them. I read the signs. I saw the sign. And then I opened up my mind. Everybody's got to open up their minds a little bit and read the signs. This is about our third load today somewhere. Getting pretty good today. Here we go. We are pulling onto the dump property where they recycle everything. It's a big recycling plant slash place to actually dump trash that they bury. They just buried everything, you know? Eventually it all decays and turns into oil or something, right? It'll all decay eventually and be nothing. It will be nothing someday. You get nothing from nothing. You better have something if you want to be with me. Look at this guy. He's junk fairy. Look at his sides. Junk fairy. That's probably one of Cam's friends, huh? The junk Al Munson's friends. That's their friend.
Oh, I got to take this phone call while I'm sitting here. Okay. I'm on the dump property. We're moving along. I'll give you a visual here in a second. Just hang on, bear with me. I have to take care of a couple things. We're probably buffering anyhow, right? Are we buffering? We're on dump property. Yeah, we're on the dump property. We're gonna dump the dirt. Looks like we're still going up the hill there to dump the dirt. Well, I
have several addresses, so he's gonna have a lot of work. He will be having a lot of work. That's a weird thing to do, though. I think I could get him removed from YouTube for doing that too. It's a weird thing to do. Whatever. But I do have several addresses. He's gonna be working hard. It's crazy, huh? He's like everything that everybody said he was. And I gave him a chance. He's done nothing but prove that he's everything that everybody said he was. Whatever. You get nothing from nothing. I will survive. I will survive. You get nothing from nothing. If you want to be with me. Well, in all fairness, I actually know everything about him, and I have not shared that, but I literally know everything about him. Everything. Everything there is to know about him. I have people. I have people that can take care of stuff like that. What a weird person, though, huh? Yeah, you're right, man. You guys did warn me, and nothing you said so far has fallen short. So I'm thinking probably everything you guys said is true about him, like every single thing. And I might have to share more of what I know about him. I might have to. He might force me to. I might keep him busy for a while. Yeah, I know everything there is to know about him. Know your enemy. Know your enemy. And I know. It is what it is. Whatever you say it is. Yeah. Whatever, man. He's just wasting his time with me. Not gonna find anything on me. Not gonna find anything. He's just wasting his time. Wasting his time. You will forget about me after I've been gone. What's this guy's major malfunction anyhow? Why does he get so obsessed with people? It's very odd. I wouldn't trust my children around him. That's all I can say. I would not trust my children around that guy. For nothing. Do my ins and outs. You better have some good resources, my friend, because I do. Let's see, what time is it? 11:08. Oh, I didn't write down any times that time. I forgot to write down anything on that last load. But we made up some times that are close enough. All right, back on the road again. I can't wait to get back on the road again. It'll be a while though. We'll have to go into dark mode as we leave though. No, I gotta give Al Munson credit, seriously. A lot of, I think, what they do is playfulness. And I don't care if they agree or disagree with me. I have no issue with that. But they don't do that weird stuff. They certainly don't do that weirdo stuff. That's a weirdo. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. There's not a nicer way to put it, really, than that guy is a weirdo. Like, you always hear about weirdos. That guy is probably under, if you look at the definition, his picture's sitting there probably. That guy is a weirdo. And he seems to be obsessed with me. I don't know how I got him so obsessed with me. Like, I wasn't trying to. I mean, seriously, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to get this guy to obsess on me. You know, he's a rat. He is what he is. He's a rat. He doxes people. He's a racist. He's full of hate. He's vengeful. He's spiteful. I will be fine, guys. Believe me, I will be fine. He's not gonna find all of my homes. he's gonna probably find a few of them. If you dig deep enough, you can find them. But he's not gonna find everything, and I don't really care. If he wants to approach me, he would find out that was the last day of his life, right? It would be a big mistake if he physically tries to assault me. He's gonna find out that he's met more than his match. But honestly, I don't think he has a nickel to his name, so I'm not really too worried about him. He's disabled mentally. Obviously, he's mentally disabled. He's a sick individual. Hey, Robert, how you doing? Robert's in the house. When I leave the dump property, I'm going to have to once again go into dark mode. It's just what I have to do, guys. On private property like this, we can do whatever we want. But out on the road, we got to be more cautious. I'll tell you what, though, that guy can't find a home anywhere, huh? Nobody will accept him. And like, if you look at his channel, because I do now and then, you're lucky if there's one person in there, because nobody wants to deal with it. Nobody wants to deal with a rat, a spiteful, hateful, vengeful, a racist. Nobody wants to deal with it. Common ground where he's trying to blow up common ground because he doesn't care what people think of him. He actually is looking for hate. No, I'm not. I'm looking for friends and acquaintances and good conversations. And I have no problem saying it. Free debate, not free hate. He's just wasted his life. Wasting his life away. Not looking for a better way. Whatever. Interesting though. I'm gonna dive in to some stuff with my attorney and see what he thinks. It might be time for this guy to realize that there are people that have many more resources than he will ever have. Might be time to teach him a lesson. A little lesson for the little guy, for the little rat. A little lesson for the little rat. Looking for a better way. He's not looking for a better way. He's just looking for conflict because he hates himself. He hates himself. I'm telling you, this dude hates himself so much that if you're a person that likes yourself or are happy, it drives him crazy. He doesn't like happy people. He just doesn't. Okay, guys, we're getting ready to go out into the public road, so I'm going to go dark mode, and I won't be able to read the chat for a little while, about 10 minutes, and then I'm back on site. So I'll read it on the other end. But until then, I'm allowed to talk. I'll continue talking. I'm paying attention to the road like I'm supposed to. I'm following the signs, the road signs, and the laws and the rules. But yeah, right now, nothing on my screen. It's just black. Black screen. Oh, I bet he hates that, huh? My screen's black. That's what's pissing him off. My screen's black. He's so mad. He's so mad. The result, his screen's black. How could that be? Whatever. Driving my life away, looking for a better way. Oh. We are going to have a brand new boat today. Getting a new boat. twin engine, 30-foot eliminator. It's got capsules on it, like it's like F-15 capsules, 2 of them. It'll be fun. We will. Hey, if you want to come visit me, Brad, I'll be out there. I'll be out there at the river come the 4th. Come on out there. We'll take you for a little ride. We'll take you for a ride out in the river. Come on by and visit us. We're getting a new boat today. It's going to be delivered today. We sold the other one. It's gone. Got a new one. 30-foot eliminator, twin engine, 28s. 28. It's gonna be a really fast boat. This boat will fly. The scary thing is sometimes they do fly. They're like a tunnel. You know, they suck air underneath. They're a tunnel type boat. And sometimes if you don't have it planed out right, they can literally fly out of the water. So you gotta be careful. You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta get a good feel for the boat before you start going too fast. It'll do over 140. It's a fast boat. I don't feel like I learned the hard way. It's part of life. But I appreciate the fact that you guys did fill me in on him a little bit. So I was always paying attention. I'm always going to do my own due diligence and figure out who people are. We're just talking about a wacko here, Cat. There's not much you can do. Those wackos exist. The fact is probably why he's more like he is, right? And had I just ignored it and really just not cared, he probably wouldn't have focused on me. But I gave him a little bit of attention, right? Like I gave him a dish of milk and now he won't go away. It's like, what the hell? But I'll be fine. I don't feel foolish or anything. I give everybody a chance. And this is what he did with his chance, right? He's made not a friend. He could have made a friend, but instead he's not made a friend. He's made somebody that sees him the same way as the rest of you see him now. But I had to do my own homework, right? I can't just I'm not going to condemn people just because a group of people tell me to. And I think you guys should appreciate that too, because I wouldn't condemn you guys either just because a group tells me to. I know that you guys are trolls and you're out there having your fun, right? I know what I'm dealing with when it comes to you guys, but you're not doxing me and looking and trying to find me and, and hunt me down. It's like, we talk, we kid around with each other, we have fun. That's what it's really about. What this guy's doing, I just ran into a weirdo. I don't know how. He found me though. I didn't find him, right? I didn't even know who he was, but he found me. No, I don't think I did anything wrong. I gave him the chance. That's all I could do. But I don't know. It's unfortunate is all I can say. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate for sure that I ran into a nut job. Hopefully he finds something better to do with his life. Hunting me down is not going to get him anywhere. I'm concealed. Most of you know what that means. He doesn't want to run into me. I'm telling you that much. Hopefully he finds somebody weaker to pick on. But I can take it. And I appreciate the fact that I was tipped off from people that did know him, and I didn't. But I didn't know them. I knew a couple of them a little bit. But when you're tipped off by people that you don't really know either, you don't really know what to believe. So you got to do your own due diligence, and that's what I did. And I'm not going to feel bad for it. I feel bad for him actually that he's so mental, right? He probably needs to be institutionalized or something. It's really unfortunate that happens to anybody in the world, because I love everybody, but it is sad that happened to him. Unfortunate. That's all I can say. It's very unfortunate. But yeah, if I hear, if I notice somebody that's off a little bit, I'll throw it out there, but I still expect you guys to do your due diligence and not just take everything that's said as a fact, right? I wish I would have. I won't say that much. I wish I would have listened to you guys, but it's just not how I operate. I never have. I never will. But yeah, I do wish I would have. But still, how would I have shook him anyhow? He found me. He came into my channel. He found me. He was hunting me down. So I don't really know what more I could have done to not have had this come my way to begin with. And I'm sure he's not the last person. There's going to be many more. But yeah, I'll be fine, honestly. I mean, a lot of stuff, a lot of the stuff he's throwing around is common knowledge anyhow. I deal with lots of people all the time. Person though, huh? I'm talking loony, cuckoo, way out there, right? Like I kid around, and I only have an oar and a half in the water, but I'm not cuckoo like that. I don't want to harm anyone. I certainly don't want to harm anyone. I'm a true believer of live and let live. True believer of we are fine to have our differences. It makes life more interesting when we're different from each other. But not when you're harmful like that. Like that's the kind of people that belong in prison, Being honest. That's the kind of people that should be locked up and institutionalized and kept away from the rest of us that are just trying to have fun and joke around with each other. Politics aside, religion aside, race aside. Which doesn't really mean that much to me. The way we treat each other means more to me than any of that. So, but yeah, when you have somebody that's dangerous like that, you got to call it out, right? So you got to call it out, and I appreciate the fact that it was called out. It was correct, but I did not know. It was going to be correct. So, you just got to move forward, right? I'm not going to go backwards and beat myself up. I'm telling you, this won't be the last time. There's probably other people already that I probably should be worried about, but I can't walk through life like that, right? I'm not going to handcuff myself. I'm not going to shackle myself. I'm going to walk through life, and I'm going to enjoy people, and if it's my demise in the end, I lived life the way I wanted to live it, at least. I'm on the job site again. Listen, I'm not perfect. And if you guys are expecting perfection, you're not going to find it here. I make mistakes. But I own them. I'll tell you that. I own them. When I make a mistake, I move forward and I own it and I learn from it. You know, you learn from your mistakes too. It's a harder way to learn for sure, but I learn from my mistakes, and I will continue to learn. You know, you'll learn to the day you die, I imagine. But yeah, I learn, and I learn, and I learn, and I learn. But yeah, I'm not perfect. Um, I wish I would have judged it a little better, certainly. But that's all hindsight, right? For me, it's not hindsight for you guys that do it. But for me, it's hindsight, and I can't change the way I treat people, which is with fairness and doing my own research and my own due diligence, and not just just because. Well, how do I put this? Because you say it's something doesn't mean because I want to do my due diligence that I'm calling you a liar or anything. It's just that I gotta do my own homework. It doesn't mean that you're wrong, but it means I need to be right, that I need to be 100% absolutely right before I start condemning anybody, right? It's just, it's what each human being should do. It is always nice if you could just take everybody's word, but not everybody's trustworthy, you know? They're just not. You don't know the motive or the motivations behind what you're being told, or if it's a personal thing, or you don't know. So I got to do my own homework, and I will continue to do my own homework. And I'll probably get bit in the butt many more times. Like this time, I got bit in the butt. There's no doubt about it. I got bit. I got bit by a rabies rat. A rat full of rabies. But what do you do? You stew in it? You change who you are? You just start trusting everything you're told from everyone? Keep in mind, this is social media, so I'm getting to know a lot of you, but I still don't know everybody that well. You know, some people you can trust because you've known them for a long time, in your life. But, each time somebody calls something out right, their credibility goes up, right? Their credibility goes up. And that's how I will continue to treat things. If somebody keeps telling me something and every single time it pans out, right? You got to start listening a little more and maybe do your research quicker, a little quicker, because I'm busy, so I don't have time to do, the research real fast always. And it is what it is. It is what it is. I ran into a rabies-filled rat, and I appreciate the fact that people were calling it out. And I'm on the job site, so you guys can see, by the way. I forgot. So here, I'll read some chats before I jump onto the and load this truck up. We're gonna load this truck up good. We're gonna not to the point of being illegal, but we're gonna load it up, right? That's just what we're gonna do. Okay, I gotta get in position. I'm gonna run the giant Hitachi loader. You guys can come along if you want. Enjoy the loading. Let me read a couple chats. Well, even if people make sense, it's easy for somebody to sound like they're making sense, but you still don't know the truth for yourself. But as I get to know people, I'll know more who to trust, right? Who to listen to. Right now, I don't know anybody that well. Let's see, what time is it? It is 11:31. Could have saved myself some time had I known that it was a fact. Could have saved myself a lot of time and trouble. But live and learn, right? Live and learn. Live and learn. And that's what I'm doing. I'm living and I'm learning. But yeah, I certainly, all I can say is, hey, thanks for being honest and telling me the truth, guys. I mean, I don't know what else you want from me. I acknowledged.
No, I don't agree with that he's MAGA. Trump wouldn't even agree with him. I'm telling you, you guys are wrong about that. Trump does not want harm to come to people like he does. Let me load this truck. He is not MAGA. He's something else. I don't know what he is. You know, some of the stuff he says would be MAGA, but not everything, not even close. It's sort of like Charlie, you know, people would always try to sort him out as stuff he wasn't. You can't hold everybody responsible. You like, even Trump can't be responsible for everything that everyone does. Like, whatever this nut job's going to do, I'm telling you, it's not Trump's fault. He doesn't completely align with MAGA. Some of his stuff does, but not all of it. I can tell you that. His racism doesn't. Trump's not racist. You guys want to keep calling him racist, but he's not. He even dated black women. I mean, you gotta put things into perspective. Not everything makes him MAGA. There are a few things. He certainly has some stuff that's on the right, but he's got some stuff that's completely off the scale. He's completely off the scale. But you guys want to lump everybody together, even if they don't agree with a lot of what's being said. Can't lump everybody together. He's just hiding under the MAGA label. I'm telling you. Okay, back on track. I forgot to put my glasses on again. Damn it! Yeah, I gotta wear these glasses when I go outside the truck. Don't tell the rat that. Don't tell the rat that. Yeah, just so that everybody understands, I want to be really clear about this. Just because somebody throws on a ball cap or has an avatar that says MAGA or a cap that says MAGA doesn't mean I align with them, nor does it mean Trump does. He denounced white supremacy, first of all, but nobody wants to acknowledge that. They keep ignoring it because he said there's good people on both sides. But I'm not talking about white supremacy, he says. Not those guys. Denounce them. But nobody gives him that credit because this movement is not about white supremacy.
It's not. It's America first. You know, all the different people that are here, many different races and religions and stuff, right? But just because you have a MAGA hat on your head doesn't mean I align with you. And most people that are Make America Great Again, it means just that to them. Make America Great, right? America First movement. We certainly, I'm speaking for myself for sure, and most people, we are not hateful, racist like that person. We just aren't. You're misreading what it means. But yeah, you got to listen to it all. But I certainly have no issue with people just trying to have fun and kid around, even if we're not politically aligned. I'm not with the hateful racist. Let me get that clear. I have nothing in common with them. Nothing. Zero. I don't. I have nothing in common with them. So don't even try to pin that on me. Okay, let's put the glasses on this time, and then we're going to level the load. But you are certainly misjudging, mischaracterizing me, and misidentifying me if you think I'm that. Because I have nothing in common. Well, I have stuff in common with that person. We both breathe air. We both need nutrients. We probably both enjoy fishing, but as far as the hate, sorry, I'm breathing so hard. I was on top of the truck kicking some dirt around. As far as the hatred goes and the doxing and all that weirdo stuff, I have nothing in common with that. So you're misjudging me, you're misidentifying me, you're mischaracterizing me if you think that's what I am. You can think I am whatever you say I am, but I know what I am for a fact. You know what I'm saying? I am a kind-hearted, caring, nice person, generous, that just wants to see everybody get along. So when you see that, yes, you guys called it out. I'll say it again. I have no issues. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I have no issues with it. Nobody's perfect. You gonna crucify me now? Hey, you gotta remember, I have a business, and I'm busy doing a lot of things, Sandy. I get phone calls all day long, nonstop. Most of your examples I didn't even have time to look at because I'm so busy. I can only consume myself with the social media stuff so much. And, you know, I just look for the signs, right? Look for the signs. You're going to get bit in the butt sometimes. It's just a part of life. It's part of life. I got bit in the butt. But I can take it. That's the thing. I can take it. And if you guys would just slow down, slow the roll a minute, and realize I'm giving you guys the credit where credit's due. You did tell me. And because of you guys, now give me some credit. Because of you guys, I was paying attention. And then when he started trying to pin stuff on you guys, that what you guys wanted to do to me, the harm that you wanted to cause me, the pain that you wanted to cause me, and I asked him, well, would you do it? And he wouldn't say no, but he said he has the facts. In fact, if you want to keep doxing and stuff, why don't you go ahead and show those facts now? I think they would be willing to let you release them, a rat. Release them. He says he has the written proof of what you guys want to do to me. That you guys did it on some other social media, not YouTube, somewhere else, behind the scenes, whatever. But that he has the written proof of the conspiracy of the harm that you all wanted to cause me. And I've given you guys the benefit of the doubt that I don't believe him. So, but once again, I don't know. Maybe he's telling the truth, right? Who knows? Who knows? But I mean, you guys have at least come out and said you wish no harm on me, right? And that's probably because you guys know I'm not this mean, evil person that's out to harm anyone, right? You guys know it. You can feel it. But I mean, nobody knows for sure, right? But I've given you guys the credit where credit is due. I don't feel foolish for what's happened. It just did happen. And it'll happen again. It's just what happens. It'll happen again and again, right? But I will tell you this, because you guys have gained some credibility with me. You have. I'm going to listen a little bit more. A little bit more than I would have before, right? That's how it works. Like credibility is, it's like trust. It's gained, right? And lost in a second, right? It's gained and then lost in a second. But I certainly don't just go up to groups of people and whatever they say, I just go along with it, right? I'm not a sheep. I'm not. And I'm gonna get bit here and there for being the way I am, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. But I'm a fighter too, right? I'm a fighter too. I'll fight back for myself. And I'll fight for you guys if it helps you. You know, this is happening to you guys as well, and now it's happened to me. You gotta pick your fights. You gotta pick your fights. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna ignore it all because it's wasting my time, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. And also in all fairness, I think our two channels found some fairness. I think our two channels found some common ground, right? We all kind of cover each other against one horrible person, and that's what I mean by common ground. Whether we agree with each other on everything, we agree with each other on this. There's some common ground. So, store that away. Store that away and realize that we're not all bad, and I'm sure you guys aren't all bad, right? And we both are allowed to have our views and our political beliefs, and we'll just go on and go to the polls and vote. That's all I can say. Go vote. But we don't have to hate each other. And that's what's winning out here, is the fact that we don't have to hate each other. It's an option. It's an option. We don't need to call each other names. We can joke around, and like I said, I want to do my Avatar memes, kind of, jokes. Not roll over and die in the lake of AIDS, but a little bit funnier than that. Like Hissy Cat. Actually, Hissy Cat is not you, by the way. If you're in here, kitty cat. Meow. Hissy Cat is somebody else. We know who it is. Maybe you know. It's somebody else. That's all I can say about that. That's all I'm going to say about that. But life doesn't have to be full of hate, discontent, and bickering. Let's have the real conversations and find out where we can agree. We all agreed on this. All of us, both sides. The only loser in this is the guy in the middle that thought he could play both of us. He tried to play one end against the other, right? It didn't work. It did not work because he's not smart enough. He thinks he's smart, but he's not. That's all I can say. Everybody just have fun, enjoy each other. Well, I need to get a drink here. I'm thirsty. Is the sound working? Do we have sound? Yeah. I have so much to say and not much time to say it. Hopefully we have sound. If not, I'm gonna have to go out and fix it. But we have no sound.
audio.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? I think sometimes I touch the earpiece and it turns off the sound. Do we have sound or not? Do we have sound now, guys? Do we have sound? No. You have sound? Can you hear me? Al Munson, he's just a horrible human being, is what he is. There's a difference. I wouldn't even put him in the troll category. That is not trolling. That's just a horrible, hateful, spiteful, vengeful human being. That's what that is. Is my sound working, guys? By any chance? Hello? 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 My sound. Oh, nice. You can hear me? Good. So, did you hear me? He's not a troll. He's a disgraced, vengeful, degenerate, racist. He is kind of like drinking an actual glass or a cup full of piss instead of a beer. It's not a troll. I'm telling you, that is not a troll. Just to be what he's doing. Yeah, it's whatever. I have some thoughts. I'll share them in a minute. Oh, that's gonna run into me. Swerved right at me. See that? rock or something right there. That was hard. Oh, I gotta put my arrival time. How many loads have we done so far? I'm hoping to get at least 6 loads out of here today. It is 12:16. Get this one more load. Let me take that mic off. I'm chewing on some chips. Get the water out of my cooler. I'm kind of thirsty. It's a big old D9 right there, huh? Look at the blade on the front of that dozer. It's huge. Got a little D6 right in front of the D9. That's a 966 front end loader. That's a motor grader right there. $160 motor grader. An 824 loader. That's a rubber tire dozer actually. And you got this big water truck. Trash truck on my butt right now. It's pushing me. So we'll speed up for him a little bit. He's in a hurry. It's Friday. He wants to get all the trash pickups done so we can go home sooner. free without. You're not a free thinker. That's best as I can tell. Sound check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Well, these Ruffles chips are pretty good. Okay, we're going to be leaving the premises here. So as I leave the premises, we're going to go back into dark mode. We're going back into black screen. Nothing racist about it. It's just a black screen. If I forget to go black screen, it means I just absolutely wasn't paying attention to the screen at all to begin with. So that doesn't mean I'm like watching it. It means I just wasn't paying attention. And that might happen a time or two. But I'm going to black screen it right about now. And then pretty soon we'll be leaving the premises here, but I try to get it black screen before we leave the premises, but every now and then I'll miss here and there. If you see it, just tell me. Ring my phone. Say, hey, you're still on. But before I leave the premises, which I'm getting ready to do, don't you think that an employer should get a fair amount of work to the fair pay as well? Or do you think it should just be a lot of pay no matter what you do? It's like you got to have each other's back, right? My guys all make a lot of money. My guys are all making about $100 an hour, all of them. But you know what I mean? You shouldn't get paid if you just want to sit around and do nothing. But if you're willing to work hard, yeah, you should be paid fair. You should be paid fairly, right? The merit. It's based on merit a lot of the time. If you're not worthwhile, then at whatever job, then you probably go find a job that you're worth more. And if you can't find a job that you're worth more, then go get trained and make yourself more valuable. Get trained in something else that you like doing. It's not just because you work, you should, no matter what you do, you should get a fair living. They pay, it's like, you still gotta work. You gotta put some effort into it, right? You gotta have value. I mean, everybody has value, but you know what I mean. If you're just sitting around wasting people's time and you don't really want to be at work, but you're just clocking in to collect a check, that's not fair the other way, right? It's not fair to the employer. But you should have each other's back. The employer should have the employees back, and the employees should have the employers back. Which my employees work hard for me. They do. They make sure that we're gonna make it, right? They don't want the company to go under. It's like, so they work hard, and they get paid really well. I don't make any more than them. Now I probably work harder. Probably, right? I don't know. I don't know for sure. I do put in a lot of hours though. If not here at home, I'm always working on something. Yeah, the pay goes both ways. Should be paid fair, and you should put in what's fair amount of work. We're running down the road and trying to listen to our look. Hope everybody's having a good time today. You know, the other thing about pay, not all jobs are designed to give you a living wage. Some jobs are what they call introductory type jobs, and they're more formed for, like, say, college students or people that still live at home, but they're trying to get, their feet wet a little bit, start getting and learning how to work, right? So not all jobs, not all are living wage jobs, and not all people are willing to work. They're not willing to work an amount of work that makes it a living job. Like, some people only want to work part-time or whatever. So, but there are plenty of jobs out there that will pay a living rate if you want to put the time in and the training. But usually you got to work your way up to those jobs. It's just the way it works, because no matter what you do with the scale, right? If you keep trying to make the bottom match the top, there would be no reason for people to go to school to get to the top or to get trained through vacational school or trade schools or anything. So there's incentive to get better jobs. There's incentive to go to school. There's incentive to go to trades. There's incentive to work harder than the next guy. But not all jobs are living wage jobs by design. Some jobs, because you can't sell the product for enough to make it worthwhile, to make it so the employees would actually be getting a living wage. You know, it's part-time or it's low wage. You don't want to lowball everybody. Obviously, you want there to be some good jobs that people can survive off of. It needs to be, the jobs need to pay more than welfare, right? Or you'll just go on welfare. But they're out there. The living wage and above jobs are there. They're just not the introductory jobs that are designed, like I said, more for people that still live at home and college students. You know, more like that, or retired people like the Walmart greeter. They're already retired. They don't need to make a living wage, so they'll do that. Stand there and hand out the smiley face sticker for near nothing, right? They just want to get out. So not all jobs are going to always be a living wage type job. You gotta understand how business works. Yes, in the perfect world, everybody would make the exact same amount of money and it would all be a lot of money, right? But it just doesn't work like that. It's merit-based. What you put in is what you get. If you're not happy with the wage you're getting, quit that job and go get a better one. If you can't get a better one, go get better trained. Because the jobs are there. Just saying. Too many people trying to turn every job into the highest paying job. That would leave no reason to work harder than the next guy, or to be more innovative, or you know what I'm saying? There has to be some merit-based involved for production to go up. Otherwise, everybody will be low production. Doesn't matter. It's kind of like union, right? If they fire you, they'll just give you another job, whether you're good at it or not. Oh, there's a car wreck up here. You know what I'm saying, right? Not all jobs are going to be high-paid jobs. It'll never be that way. Some people just don't deserve it, man. They show up. They can care less what they're doing. They don't put any effort into what they're doing, but they expect the high pay. It's not fair to people that are trying to be productive. No matter, it's just the way it works. No matter what you do with the low end, the top end's going to keep going up too. The tail is never going to catch up with the head when it comes to pay. It just never will. Because those introductory jobs are just never going to pay you what, say, a guy that's put in 10, 15 years of training is going to get paid for a very expertise type job, right? It's just never going to be that way. It never will, because some jobs are just you're worth more than some people are in other jobs. And people that don't want to work, they usually push more towards socialism, right? Just put us all on the same scale and give us government pay for everything. There's no merit-based anymore, and that's when the middle class disappears. There's no reason to work hard. There's no reason to go to school. There's no reason to be a doctor. Why should a guy flipping hamburgers make as much as a doctor? He didn't put in the training. So, of course, he's always going to make way more than the guy flipping the hamburgers, right? No matter what. I mean, if you work hard and you put all your effort into it, you should benefit from it. I mean, mean, I don't think I should have to work 100 hours a week, to be honest. And then watch the government take most of my money. And that's a false conception too, that middle class and rich aren't paying taxes. They sure are. They sure are. I watched the government take all my money. Every time I think I have some extra money, it turns out it's just tax money. Taxes owed. But we need those introductory jobs. It helps train people, you know. It helps train them. It helps condition them to get used to getting up and going to work. It helps the owners know who will show up, who will put in the work. You need those introductory jobs. But like I said, they're not meant to be jobs that you can afford to live off of. Does somebody that works 2 hours deserve what somebody that works 100 hours? Do they deserve the same? You know? Somebody that's put in 10, 15 years of training, do they deserve the same amount as somebody that's just starting? Sounds good, huh? But yeah, you're always going to have the tail trying to catch up to the head and it's just not going to. But put in the time, you know, if you put in the time, you're going to be fine. You just got to put in the time. There's going to be some ups and downs, but if you put in the time, you're going to be able to make a living. Put in the training, put in the time. Don't be lazy, and you'll be fine. That's my advice. Here goes the name calling. Why call each other name? Seriously. That kills the conversation. That's like you have nothing better to say once the name calling says you've lost it at that point. Let's get this truck loaded again. We gotta do an arrival time. Put in the time and you'll make the dime. It is 12:40. Glasses. My hard hat, my glasses. Right now somebody else is running the loader. I'll let them load me.
gloves because I'm going to be pulling rocks out of the pile of dirt while he's dumping it. That's right, CJ. That's exactly right. Minimum wage was never meant to be how you're supposed to make a living. It's just introductory jobs. That's all it is. It's to get you ready for your real job. If you're stuck at the introductory job, that means you're not worth anything. You're not putting in any effort. Maybe then you're better off on the social services, right? I don't know. Corporations do pay taxes. But if you're incorporated, you only pay taxes on the money you spend at the end of each year. If you're not incorporated, you got to pay for taxes for all the income. But if you're incorporated, the money can sit in the bank until you spend it. So you won't pay the taxes on it until you spend it. Okay. So there are some benefits to being incorporated. The money gets sitting there and you don't have to pay a crap load of taxes till you actually spend it. And then you might end up spending on stuff that you can deduct, stuff for the business. But if you spend it and it's on your personal uses, you're going to have to pay income tax on it.
Coating the pile, right? Yeah, they haven't been doing it all day. How's it going, Ron?
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
They're not bothering me at the dump today.
No, good.
They're not even watching today.
Wait.
The whole load of boulders, right? I'm back. We're gonna go over there. This guy's gonna knock the load flat for me. Well, I tell you, you want billionaires to do well. You want them to create lots of jobs. Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean that you're ripping everybody off. Especially if you're creating lots of jobs. If you're a billionaire just hoarding your money, that's different. Let's do our timeout. It is. What do you want? Corporations that are worth only hundreds of dollars? How many jobs do you think corporations that are worth hundreds of dollars are going to create? Not many. You want successful corporations creating lots of jobs. Otherwise, nobody's going to do it. We'll just go back to the day where we lived in a log cabin and hunted and found food. And that was that. Did some farming for ourselves. I mean, that's what everybody wants to go back to, right? Yeah. Do you want to go work for a corporation that the owner has like 20 bucks? Really? You feel like that'd be successful? A successful corporation to work for? You think the benefits are going to be good working for that corporation? Because you got to remember, these people with big corporations, they pay for medical and stuff. You want a successful corporation to work for. Where the money's going is from the politicians that are creating programs that they can steal money that they did nothing for. They just didn't do anything. They just stole the money. A lot of government theft going on. And look it up yourself, Al. New York, and just New York alone, the billionaires pay 46% of all the taxes. Take them out of the equation. Guess who's going to pay it then? The middle class. But guess what's going to happen when the middle class has to pay 46% more of the taxes? They're going to leave New York. That's all there is to it. Because they won't be able to afford to be in business at all. And that'll leave the poor with nothing. And the poor, they aren't contributing anything. So it's just the way it works, man. You gotta understand how it actually works. You're buying all the spin, how billionaires are. The cost of everything's gone up. That's what's creating billionaires. If the cost keeps going up, we're gonna have more and more trillionaires. It's called inflation. Inflation creates billionaires. These billionaires would have never been billionaires. They would have been millionaires, 40 years ago. It's like just the way it works. As the cost goes up, it looks like people are making more when they're not because everything costs more. But to create jobs, bigger and better company you work for, usually the better your medical benefits are. You get dental. You get everything, right? You work for a small company, they can't afford any of the benefits. Do you think people should pay taxes in just to get them back? Is that how you think it should work? Or should we pay less taxes and not have to ask for them back? Maybe we should stick to the tariffs. What's the point, right? Maybe we should be allowed to just keep more of our money instead of paying so much into taxes just to ask for it back. I mean, does that make sense to you? I pay in, I should get some back. It's like, no, you shouldn't have had to pay. You shouldn't have had to pay back in the part that you got back. You see what I'm saying? Make it so you don't pay it in to begin with. Make it so you can pick your own place to go see doctors and stuff. By keeping the money and just paying them. What you're paying for is to help people that can't pay. So if you're paying into taxes, basically you're paying in to help people that can't pay taxes normally and that need help. Because once the government puts their hand on anything, it costs 10 times more, at least. So you're going to get 10 times less of the service than had you just been allowed to keep the money and pay for your own medical care. Pick your own programs. The government doesn't do anything for free. These wars aren't free. Nothing's free. Actually, Trump's introduced a really good program if everybody would just go along with it. Where the money's set aside into an account for your own health care, and then you get to pick. Cut the middleman out. The middleman don't like that. He don't want to get cut out, but boy, you'd sure get a lot more service for your money, you know, a lot more bang for the buck. But people are so busy hating Trump, they're never going to go along with it. Because we'd all have to agree on it. Like, yeah, put that money into our accounts for our own, for whatever insurance we want to pay for. We need rich corporations. I know you're against them, but what are you going to do without them? Who's going to create the jobs? You? Are you going to create the jobs? We're all going to come work for Al and his medical plans and everything. You're going to get us good medical plans? But as inflation goes up and up and up, you're going to see, all of a sudden, you're going to start seeing more and more trillionaires. Housing will keep going up. Everything just keeps going up. If we could do a freeze on everything, right? Just freeze. Okay, everything freezes right here. No more pay raises, no more inflation. We're going to freeze it right here. But you need to do your research. You're going to find out that billionaires pay way more than you think. That's a talking point that the Democrats created. There are loopholes as a business owner that you can get out of some taxes, but not many. Like you can try to write off gas, stupid things. Look it up though. Look up yourself what the billionaire tax code is. What the actual percentage they pay on their income. Nobody's ever going to be happy with what they got. You know, everybody's always going to want more. But how much do you give? Do you give and give and give until there's absolutely no corporations, no rich people anymore? No incentive? Let me guess. God created everybody equal, right? But you don't even believe in God. So why are you even going with that theory? Why are you even going with that theory when you don't even believe in God? If you don't believe in God, you should totally understand that life isn't fair, right? I don't want to even hear that argument. We were all created equally. God created us all equally. I agree with that. But if you don't even believe in God, why are you even using that as your defense or as your argument? We're not all equal. We're equally all a soul, but some people just have more value, not as a human, but as a worker. As a human, we're all equal. But as a worker, the value varies all over the place. As a weightlifter, we're not all equal, right? As a baseball player, we're not all equal. We're equal as humans. We should all be treated with the same respect. But some people just make themselves worth more money than others. And why should somebody that's working super, super, super hard have to give their pay to somebody that doesn't even want to work? I'm not talking about people that can't, but people that don't want to, or just feel that we're all equal and should be given the equal pay, no matter what we do. You gotta see that. You gotta see how stupid that sounds, right? You know what I'm saying? We're not all equal. We're all equal as humans and should be treated respectfully in an equal way. But when it comes to pay, that's a whole other story. You don't turn 18 and you're just worth as much as somebody that's been working for 25, 30 years and been trained. It's just, to me, that's not fair. That would make most people mad if they work super, super, super hard their whole life, and then somebody just steps in and then gets more pay than them just because it's supposed to be equal or the same pay, right? The same pay. You should be paid. You should be paid for what you do. But treat each other with respect in an equal manner, that's for sure. You're not a better person because you make more or less. You're just more valuable to whatever project you're trying to get done, you know? Look at that jet, man. That's cool. But yeah, look it up. CJ will look it up. CJ's good at this stuff. She'll look up the tax rate that billionaire pays at. You seem to think it's going to be way less than what you pay. You pay less money. You definitely pay less money because you don't make as much. But the billionaire is not getting this giant tax cut as far as the rate's concerned. It's not like if you believe if you actually believe that billionaires are only paid 1% of their income. Their income tax is the same. I'm not talking about the money the corporation makes that sits in a bank and no taxes are paid on it until they use it. A lot of business owners are they're actually employees of their own company, so they have a set rate of what they earn. They're earning, and then they pay taxes on their earnings. What they take out of the company, they have to pay taxes on that earning. But being incorporated certainly has its benefits. It keeps you from personally getting sued for stuff that the company does. And you don't have to pay income tax on every dollar that comes into the company. You only pay an income tax on what you actually draw out of the company. But luckily, find the paperwork. Got the paperwork. Got the credit card. Yeah, it would be hard to pay taxes on every dollar that came into your company because you don't know if you're going to make money or not. It'd wipe out a lot of companies if they had to pay tax on every dollar that actually came into the company. Luckily, there's deductions. Unions are terrible. They steal all your money. All those benefits that they steal, half the people don't even collect on them. They pay into them, but they don't quite make it to retirement or whatever. The unions steal all kinds of money. All the fees they charge you for, once it gets passed on to the consumer. The union, like these union companies can't compete against non-union companies on building because they got to pay too much, and it's not that the employees getting it. So I do both. I sign contracts with the union, and my employees hate it because where they normally make $100 an hour and they take the whole thing home other than their little bit of taxes, when they work for the union drags all kinds of benefits out of, all the whole benefits package, everything, they drag it all out. And by the time the union's done, they're getting about $30 an hour. So my guys are always pissed when I do union jobs and sign a contract. And they never see the money again because you got to work a lot of hours to collect those benefits. But they don't give them back. And they don't let them use, if they have their own insurance. Jet flying over, kind of allows them to let that go by. If they have their own medical insurance, the union won't give them credit for that. They still make them pay into their program. I hate working for the union. They also audit me nonstop. Every time we do Every time we do a union job, I get audited for the
exact same job 10 freaking times. So then I got to put all the resources into the audit. I've never had to pay them a dime because I've always paid in the right amount. But they do that to try to keep me from signing contracts with the union. I hate working for the union. You got a bunch of people sitting around just managing the money and stealing it all. It's that whole deal like with the government. The union's like a government. They create, all these programs that they can steal the money. They're stealing the money, I'm telling you. These union bosses are getting filthy rich. The workers aren't. They get an okay pay and they got benefits, but many of them never reach retirement, so they don't see it. It's just not a good deal. Depends where you live. In San Diego, the unions are getting pushed out. The school realizes now that when they sign contracts with these unions, that they get to build about half as much school as they can with the non-union companies. Union workers are lazy because if you fire them, they just go back on the list and they get rehired. They don't have to produce. Non-union guys, they gotta search for a job if they get fired. So they work harder. They get more done. They're more productive. Everything's cheaper non-union. Even at prevailing wage, everything's cheaper. Prevailing wage was established by the union rate. And that's about the only good thing the union did is they created a prevailing wage. Their operators aren't well trained. They're always trying to get all my operators to sign in with the union. You guys don't even have to go through the apprenticeship because our operators are so much better than theirs. What they do, like say with the Operator Engineers Union, this is crazy, but this is true. They teach their operators kind of how to run everything, right? They cycle them every year to a different company, hoping that they'll learn how to run different equipment. But what happens on the list, when you call out for an operator, say an excavator operator, they'll send you a forklift operator. Look at that jet. Oh, it's not on. Oh, man, that jet's cool. They'll send you a forklift operator. The forklift operator gets there, and he's never ran an excavator, but he's a certified operator. He's going to try. And we always have to send them back because they can't run equipment. And we specifically request a loader operator, a skid steer operator, whatever, but they always send just whatever they have. And they're not well trained. But it gets down to that whole thing. They get the same pay, but they're not trained, they're not productive, and you can't get anything done with them. It's that whole thing of kind of what Al's saying though. But they get paid a living wage, right? But they're not well trained. In fact, they're horribly trained. Well, if his money is sitting in his corporation, he's not paying taxes on the money that sits in his corporation. But the money he drags out for his income, he's paying every bit as much taxes as you. The money that's sitting there not getting used or touched is not benefiting him or anybody, right? It's just the way it works. But if you take away billionaires or trillionaires' money, they don't have a company anymore. The company's gone. You got to have more than enough money to survive. It'd be very difficult to have a company that has just enough because the competition's so strong. I hate seeing billionaires and trillionaires sit on the money, that's for sure. I think it needs to cycle, but they create jobs. How many jobs has Elon Musk created? Have you looked at that? You're worried about the money that's in his corporation, but how much money has he or how many jobs has he created compared to somebody that has no money? There's a lot of people benefiting from all that, right? Just because he's a trillionaire doesn't mean he's spending $1 trillion.
probably spent living pretty open on himself. I assure you of that. But if you create jobs for hundreds of thousands of people, you need enough cushion to survive too. You can't, otherwise you're just not going to survive. You just won't. Trillion sounds like an awful lot. I agree with you on that, though. Sounds like an awful lot. It's an awfully big cushion, right? I won't disagree with that. That's a big cushion. But maybe when you're exploring space and building electric cars and so heavily invested in the stock market, all the money he's put in the stock market is helping your stocks go up too. If you're into the stock market, he makes the stocks stronger. But yeah, that's a lot of money. But don't confuse the amount of money he has as money he's spending on himself. I asked, how did Obama get so much money? Do you think his speeches were worth millions? Or do you think maybe they launder money in that way after they leave politics? You know, pay to play, right? Pay to play. That's what all that money is. He did favors to people and they had to pay him. Pay to play. Even Rockefeller, many rich people, Carnegie and all them, they were trying to give the money back as quick as they could into their lives because they knew that the money sitting there stagnant wasn't helping anybody when they were going to die. They knew it needed to go back into the system to help people. And someday Elon Musk money will go back into the system. Gates is not worth near what he used to be. At one time, everybody was pissed off about all the money he had, right? He's nothing compared to Elon now. You guys are focused on Elon because he likes Trump. Otherwise, I don't hear you guys complaining about all the other billionaires. You're like focused on, well, he's a trillionaire now, right? But he's like the only one you guys are really focused on. Focus on the ones that give money to the Democrats because they're doing the same thing. They're building corporations and creating jobs. Usually, if they're not creating jobs and the money's not helping society at all, then I agree with you 100%. If they're just hoarding the money, sitting on it, not creating jobs, but usually they create jobs is how they got that money. It's all good. We all wish we were billionaires, right? We all wish we were. So because we're not, we're gonna be hard on them. They got all the money. It's not fair. Well, they